Recording is started. Stream is on. Let's go. Alofox versus the wall. And it stole my UI for some reason. The wall for all your wonderful viewing. They're just there to watch. it's the watching line. Knaves. Knaves are really good, but you know what else is really good? Regors. Regor Rippers. Knaves have 20 armor. Regor Rippers are... They do 2 damage for a per shot. Ah yes, the Fisherman has been acquired. This is the highest damage unit coming out here for Alofox. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. There's still a bit more to come too. Yeah. The one Ares every 40 seconds is very good until there's a Tresca Breaker. Who just shoots it immediately. Also, no, it might be these. They're getting a lot of kills. The Rego Rippers are pretty good. They're pretty sure Holtz is somewhere in there. This match does not change what happens much from here, I'm sorry to say. I'm pretty sure Alofox's does. I don't think Alofox could do enough damage to even, like, clear through a Regor Ripper. Yeah, the Regor Rippers are slowly losing armor, technically, but, the main issue is the Knaves just, evaporate right here every single wave. Really consistently. Who knows, maybe the petrol will help. Nope. Yeah. 217. 200. Yeah, no, the regulars actually have regained their armor because they took like a little trickle of damage somewhere. Alofox it's a very scary base. It just happened to go into the one thing that does not care about it in the slightest. They are getting a Valentar build up for the enemy though, which I've never seen happen before. I didn't know you can build up a Valentar blob as your backline. Who knows, maybe the Valentars will eventually breach out and wipe out Alofox's base. Lost in 10 minutes. Lost to the wall before time was up. That is the other possibility. Which is part of why I want to see if they can, but I think the Knaves come just fast enough the Valentars don't really move. Nope, it's the pirate stronghold with just two mass drivers on top of it. Actually looks pretty good with just the two slapped on it pretty bluntly, and then a couple of scattered yards from Morning Stars and Dirks. It looks like a guy standing there. It's a shame that mass drivers are borderline useless if there's something vaguely durable to shoot, and they only shoot the Titan platform. Things are starting to get really pulled. Yep. Did you get one Heimdall? I don't. I think there's one base where the Heimdall might be alive when it wins. When they win. You have to push pretty quickly for that to be the case. Hey, look, all of the Kingfishers and Valentines have stacked up. That stole the Entreska Breakers for a bit. They're just dying to be howlers. There's also the Airy. You will not believe how many strange things get targeted in this game when things start running out of targets. Did you know Tesla cannons really like shooting nukes? Like, they love just shooting them down at the maximum range instantly. Actually, a really good anti-nuke. Neither. Yeah, no, the turn speed is made for shooting heavies. I think Regors can only shoot like a relatively short angle upwards because I keep seeing them stop shooting when something goes overhead. That's so many Valentars. The Tesla cannon is a surprisingly good target elevation. I had considered giving the little pirate base a claymore, and I don't think it would have made much of a difference if I had, to be honest. Each challenge, yes, but everyone will have the same bonuses for that challenge. So, like, everyone will get the fish, the pirates, and the fishing on the wall, but the other ones have different things going on. No, this is the I had to give the Regor Rippers a time to build at the start because otherwise they it's even more absurd. The Regor Rippers are really good. And I had them in one of the matches with like 3,500 kills per Regor Ripper. 1,000, 1,000 to 600 each. Yes, but those are Seekers, so those are real drones. The Seekers actually can do a lot. No? There are not Firehawks. There's Morning Stars, which just keep being zipped away. In a few bases, you can see that idea in action. Seeker's secret ability is that they do approximately 1,000,000,000,000 shred per second, and they will shred armor off anything in the game individually at a visible rate. They genuinely will shred Ecudons to 0 armor in like sub 20 seconds if you have like 10 of them. I do like the new point shadow explosions. We're getting a wonderful showcase of them. They look very fabulous. I don't think I actually gave this one an end condition other than I exit. So unfortunately, I don't think we have a kill count we can see for how many knaves died. Oh, there we go. 6,000 Seekers, 4,000 knaves dead. The Tollies were actually from the wall. Yeah, no, there's a couple striker cannons really far forward at the edges, and they have a habit of dying. 27 Ares managed to die. So let me put down that first score. Of Alafoxes did not finish. Now, Bagel. Bagel's Horror. That is the K35. Ares! That's just how the manufacturers are. Matessa Ares is a build, in fact. I think the only reason this isn't a rush build is because the Ares is essentially immobile. But that's already 2 waves stacking up. 40 seconds. There are 3 Ares waves spawned before the Ares finish exiting the base. Oh yeah. The Matessas are actually really little handy buddies for him as well. Turns out 500 DPS just means you kill everything. And they take 2 on Tresca Breaker shots apiece. They're gonna start killing things soon. You've not even seen what they're gonna do yet. Let's see this little Regal Ripper off to the corner. That's desperately trying to survive. The nerf just means that they don't hit everything in the known universe every shot. It does not mean that they don't do infinity damage. They're doing like 2 damage a pellet to the K90, by the way. We're just showcasing the sheer power of the Ares. Instead of a single burst wave. Yeah, that's your actual score. I don't know if anyone's gonna beat this score. It's a very good score. $25 air to bait all of the petrels. 25 Ares died there. That was 307 was the score. Alright, now for I think this name got misspelt, and I don't really mind. With oops. Only Seekers. This is 176 Seeker yards. Yes, picoulets. They build in pairs or in trios? They look like trios. Somehow I end up killing the converters first. All gone. Freiheit and Skirmish win. I don't think the SRO powers would have helped. Unfortunately, I have a key issue. Seekers shoot down projectiles. So yeah, there's a couple more Seekers around still. And what was that score? 105? And now, a normal base. They do deliver the light to touch things. This is our first experience of, oh goodness, Con does not have a mining speed. well, Valk has petrels, so... Also one of the few bases that actually has to defend themselves in, against the wall. But, Regal Ripper's good. And Gerund. They're not terrible. I do actually go at a decent rate. It's just like, you can tell that they're meant to be, they invest a lot of their power into being slightly harder to snipe. Like, they got that 15 armor, 600 hit point body to a pickle that's made of paper mache. That is the other issue. Also, yes, 8 Regal Rippers versus 6 Regal Rippers, so I think we all know who's going to win here. There's nothing else that's a factor in this match. It's nothing to do with just having a sheer volume of capitals. I think this is the one that showcases that you can, in fact, just face tank and Trusca breakers indefinitely with like 10 Matessas. Alas, no, I don't think a single Valk capital is seen by any player in this one. That is part of why I didn't penalize the capital like yards with needing a smaller base for this one, because time is also a scoring factor. So while this is crushing it, this is just like a ton of Echidons and Tritneos, it's already like going to be probably slightly low, or like only slightly faster than Bagel at best. You got a couple, ooh, slightly faster than Bagel. Hmm. 2. One Echudon died. I don't think a single Tredneos even died. That was just carrier. Yep, I just need to put them in the score. Can't believe you've compromised your brand. Alright. This is a base you would just see in normal platform wars. Outright. Uh the cat the Catalosteer's ability to affect everything still works. They still just cause a lot of heat. You know, I didn't even test Valk Capitals for any of these levels, because I was just using people's bases for my testing. I No, I think like 2 Irie yards would beat it because the magpies would just shred the wall. It is really, really hard to have defenses against drones that aren't just spawning a full army. Yeah, no, rocks are really, really good at shelling bases. And they take a lot of shots from the Interesting Rakers to go down. I think it's 5 shots for a rock. Yeah, rocks are tough. They do get they do get some trick shots here. It's a wonderful time. Oh, another double kill. A howler shot that got Werner's shot down. Poor rocket howlers, they're getting bullied. And then the only way the Catalosteers kill anything here is by making it glow. So it's really obvious to see when they're killing things. %50 heat is a very rapid death threshold. Normally, if you don't just stop being shot afterwards. So much heat they deliver. A little bit. Just 2 days off. That was the deadline. That was yesterday. Now having lost some of its defenses, but yes. Lost the scariest feature of the defenses, and now we get to see Catalosteers refusing to focus fire targets for the next, like, 8 minutes before they finally build up enough to just one-shot everything. Why do these units not know how to shoot one thing? That's why I normally wake up. Yeah, no, you can just see how they're shooting literally everything, and so nothing is building up enough heat to melt yet. Look at that heat value go down slowly. They need to focus. They really don't like to focus. And they do slowly build up. Yes. And before the time limit as well. Yep. It is the longest time limit of any of the challenges. The other challenges do have shorter time limits. I don't think that's even a record. They just then stop shooting it again immediately. They're like, oh no, there's a single thing nearby that the Wernos are actively killing. Meanwhile, the Wernoses are actually killing the Torals anyway. Yeah, they do build up their numbers each time. That is their saving grace. I think actually, Visantreska Breaker is the first to go normally. Oh, you'll see a couple of Platform Wars classics down the line. Yeah, we've seen your Abomination. Your Abomination has the record time by a lot. Yeah, no, I think it was, yeah. Your match took no time at all. You're top of the leaderboard for a reason. We can replay it. It's really short. you you want to see how 100-second score was gotten on breaking the wall? You can see they're starting to build up enough heat. They might kill an Untresco Breaker soon, which is mainly good because it means they will start having less things to shoot other than the K90. They just inevitably slowly build up, at least. But once they take out the Instructor Breakers, they tend to only need get like one more wave before they wipe, because they just then actually shoot things if focused enough to kill the K90, which is the big thing. If you don't kill the K90, your units will never realize they can do other things. A very reasonable time taken this round. Just shot the same thing. If the Catholicity is just all would target the same thing, irrespective of what it was, they would do better. Oh, something might die. If they don't stop shooting it, they stopped shooting it. A Valentar rocked up. Gotta stop. Yeah, they did get another thing. They do occasionally kill something off. There's two things shooting Catalystias now. 20. Like... They're distracted by Autorals again. I feel like the Catholicstias need a stronger emphasis on keep shooting the same target in their targeting. Because they really like to retarget. We are going to exceed 1,000 seconds. This might actually fail to beat it in the live run because of the good old Spantial RNG. Yes. Other levels have shorter time limits. They see a single trail and all of them forget that they're doing something. Oh, we hit 30% for a moment. They have 2 minutes left. This is just watching a unit's AI do anything but just win, when they are fully capable of just winning. Oh, 40% heat. Oh, They might do it! They might do it! They did it! Dude, can they actually kill the enemy platform in the next minute? You have to kill this platform. That is your objective. If you don't win until you do that. It does not. I did not come up with a witty name. Alas, I'm not as witty as Bagel. They're distracted by genuinely everything that they can find. Oh, you will in a moment. We'll just get the end screen here. 354 Catalistias died. 8,000 Jippers. They build pretty quickly. We got time for the quick round here. This is going to be genuinely less than a minute. Yes, it is. The little storage box there. I'm pretty sure those do build and freeze as well. These Seekers. I think it's the most efficient builder in the game, full stop. Because it builds Seekers as well, and Seekers are really good. The only thing that slows them down is when they kill the K90, all of them die. Yeah, no, but there's a version of this which has Knaves as well, and the Knaves do weaken it overall. At least against these sorts of things. This actually took you longer than your previous time. This was like 10 seconds slower. Alas, Seekers work a lot more often than you think. I think it was 105 the first one. Very cool. And C to 2. Oh, I'll put down that score the time, and it doesn't make a difference for the leaderboards. Alright, Shiki with yes. One of the numerous wait, we can just go con capitals bases. Maybe. Oh. There might be. There's Juons at least. I think there's Kanas. I don't think there's any Faust. Oh no, there are. There are. There's a Faust. There's a Faust. There's a Hakor. There's everyone. Con capitals are very good at busting the wall. So I probably will get through. Yeah. There's like 3 Valk bases in total. No. Gyrates. There's been 2 K35s and 2 cons, I think. No, wait, there's one more than that. Bye bye! The poor Nolodar just got stolen to its death. Oh, this like is just Valentar gaming at the moment. I'm really curious how far pure Valentar Vase could have gotten. Their guns are shockingly okay at smacking into weaker things. Bye. Bye, whatever that heavy was. And here comes an Ecudon. And more importantly, a Yob. Gone. No longer one. I guess there's a new one here. Almost gone. The fisherman has arrived. The missing con capital is here. Now every con capital is accounted for. Yes. Andy's yards. I don't think your base has mining. So no. Yes, you have to... Mining is involved in a lot of ways throughout for most levels. There is also a dedicated mining level. I did mention asteroids specifically. I would have loved to have had more normal economy shenanigans, but you can't in events check how much resources a team has, so I can't have anything trigger from you making resources. Hmm? There is a resource hoarding mission. There's a couple bases with no mining. I think they kind of missed the memo. It takes a long time. Con mines slowly. Yes. Because it was Mr. Fisherman's fishing group. Mr. Fisherman's a one-off, by the way. Once he's dead, you don't get him anymore. The pirate assistants. They didn't give it a death explosion, and clearly there has to be a lore reason. How was Trigniosis alive is amazing. There we go. And that's how it should be. I was like, wait a minute. Hmm? Look at it go. Will it get a kill? It takes it a while. Technically no, because one of them doesn't actually have any reward for mining. Just one, though. It is a very pretty effect. Like, they have made... The visuals are so nice with the new explosions. When we get to the Valk bases that also have, like, the Gerfalcon flashes. Oh. Yeah, it's just going from an alpha to, like, a release build. It just, yeah. There goes another Ripper. There goes the last Ripper. And while you don't get to see many herons in this, the herons look very lovely with then, like, the nice explosion in the debris. And the poor Soggy is just getting shot by the Entreskers exclusively. Oh! Piercers! Piercers are good. The piercers are shockingly good. As a few people's bases that we'll encounter later. The Jobengregors are very good. If Echidons can connect, they also do really well. The Echidon just really struggles to connect. Yeah, no, like there's a reason they're like that, and it works normally. Platform Wars just loves to showcase where that does not help. When it's like 1 yard. Yeah, which is a light rush base or light and medium. No, no, there's no mining whatsoever. Yeah, that's hummingbird production. The first record rippers are already online. I don't believe this base can kill a single building. Well, it just gets a did not finish. I think technically they can stack up cormorants eventually. Yeah, look at these new stealth kestrels, aren't they fancy? I don't like how the engine plumes just disappear when they're cloaked completely. The kestrels have a habit of getting owned. You can tell there was one going off that way. I like how you say that as a kestrel just drifted into all the defenses. Just turned around and went backwards into everything. They drift so much that they'll do like their firing run. If they firing run on their like initial approach, they can't slow down and they get Valentards without Valentards. They don't even need the Valentard to get Valentard. They do it on their own. Nope, another 1H shit up there. The Valentards do their job. Skills. I've updated the score because I have played this one out. I don't think you even managed to kill a single striker cannon. It does. This is the base that gave the Regor Rippers their like multiple thousands each kill counts. All right, let's move on. Ooh. Yep. Okay, and that was skill. So now Falzamar. I think that's what that said. I'm gonna be saying everyone's username multiple different wrong ways. Well, look, it's the forge. It's the forge. This is in fact recreating the forge's like setup. I was informed of the gimmick. Yeah, these Entreska breakers are very useful in other levels. Because that's how everyone got the field command. If you weren't going the mini. I think them being on the same platform. I think them being on the same platform did buff Con a lot. They don't actually shoot the asteroid. Maybe that's why they mine so slow. They're just missing. They're doing a very delicate extraction operation. Yeah, but just like at the air in front of it. The Tradneos actually do really well in like every single level. I'm impressed. They've been buffed like 3 times recently. No, they have to mine enough matter to like convert them. It just mines enemy ships. They didn't actually change what it does. It has a few, it has nowhere near as many. The Matessa's just a really fishy fishy. They get fished. Mr. Fisherman. Yeah, it does that and all that to not actually heal that much. The Mr. Fisherman is very suicidal. Uh, yeah, no, I think Valk do need a portable healer because otherwise the issue is just like it's only the static and the nano tower doesn't stack up its healing. Oh, no, it? Yes. Pretty much any base that has con capitals beats the wall eventually. It's stacking kingfishers somehow. Portable cohesion, very expensive. Look, we just really don't want to think about it. Somehow the pierces are the things most committed to actually targeting things that matter. They're just in severe denial. That gas giant is now a fish. I feel like they would be bigger. Like I know, no, you know how the subjugator spawns like buzzers constantly. Gas giants that are infested do that, but of subjugators. They just constantly emit tons of them. Yeah. How are there so many kingfishers? No, we're getting a Tresca break it. They just they just live anyway. They just don't care. The pierces are the only thing that actually targets enemy. Oh, they're gonna be a timeout, by the way. They didn't time out in my testing. Yippee! Oh, all right. Updated the score there. Like they did kills. We can now get the score screen in a moment. Them have a little victory lap after that loss. You know, the fish are shockingly good because pierces just stick on a target till it's dead. Petrols! The start of the petroling. The petrol railgun effect is a very strong effect. You will see a lot of very amusing petrol behavior in this, thanks to how many asteroids I've placed in levels. They do not know what is going on. That's not overkill for those Autoral, not at all. Just, Strix missiles, like 4 of them each. Gonna have all allies in no time. Petrol's, this is what I was saying, there's a little bit of a difference between, Valk and Con mining capabilities. Just a touch of a difference. Yeah. Yep, and, 1 nanite does not contribute much healing at all. And Entrusco Bakers really like eating Valk heavies. More so than Valk capitals. As you may see in the top left, yeah, no, it has a very bad time. It does not build heavies fast enough for the Entrusco Breakers to not be killing them. It would have made you have a much worse time on other levels. Because Cormorants, do not contribute as much as you'd hope a lot of the time. More petrol. I was kind of worried someone would submit just 13 Lamages and they would probably still win on most levels, like with ease. I do think I would have broken this. Lamagas are really good at base busting. And there goes the 2 petrols. They would have gotten enough down each wave though, but they would noticeably progress. Oh, gone fishing would have been so much worse for you guys if there was a glowfish capital like lair. Yeah, in the meantime we just get Fryheart. I can't wait. I can't wait for the Fryheart Chancellor Yard that builds a Chancellor every 30 seconds. I don't remember. I don't think it does. But it might. No, it's killed 1 striker. They're a nice bonus. They're not enough to win it, though, by any means. The win con is if the Strix manage to connect their shots, because they just, like, insta-burst most of the defenses. But they don't get to land their shots very often, thanks to Beam Spires. There's actually not that much PD, as the drones have discovered. Yeah, no, Strixers just can't counter any PD. Strix are pretty good. I do love the Valentars pulling Valentars. It's very amusing. When two Valentars lock tractor beams on each other. Do you think one of them rotates 90 degrees so their fronts can just slot together? Yeah. That is one of the things Valk has. Valk doesn't have much direct fire backliners, so they kind of don't stack damage very well. Yeah. Kestrel is not a backliner. Kestrel's a somewhere off to the sides, drifting. I think it would have actually gone a little worse. Yeah. Yeah. It has killed a single striker cannon. Because there used to be one over here as well. What do you mean? This striker cannon has 0 kills. And this one also has 0 kills. I didn't want them to be too overwhelming. Yeah, they're just a nice bonus. If you don't go for mining, you better have something else going for you. I mean, some of the levels down the line, if you don't go for mining, you just are not going to be getting as good of a score. But I mean, then again, some of the bases are nonsense. So like, oh look at these little cormorants that have gone off to the side on their own. They're not being shot at all. They're just having a nice little time. They're just nesting over here. If I can see a living turn, I love how the turn now has a little like chin ion gun. It has an ER ion gun on its chin. Yeah, no, it's actually at the front here. This little ion gun. It's actually a huge help in some situations because it means they don't just get stuck on like 3 lights running at them that all have PD and just not being able to do anything. They don't just get bullied by Kanas anymore. And it's actually not a terrible gun. It's a 50 DPS ion cannon. So if they tractor something in, you can get a view. I think you'll depend there for me. You got a classic little blue laser. That's very hard to notice in practice. Bye turn. Yeah. Alright, now are you ready for an even stranger base? Now you can start witnessing the start of weird petrol behavior. Where they just all turn around while being shot. But they're gonna get the allies, like, immediately. Yeah, but nothing else here does anything. Yeah. Oh, Lucy, because the petrols have a lot of RNG, because the petrols pull a lot of fire, which lets other things do stuff around them. Like, everything in the game loves shooting petrels. And see, this is the other part of why the petrels are, these asteroids are here, so the petrels have something to go after. Mr. Fisherman. Oh, he got targeted by the Intrusca breakers. Rip. The Valentars want the petrels to come closer. They have currently outperformed the previous base by a lot. The Shikras might actually start being able to get to do stuff if they can kill some more Regors. They're starting to slow down though for some reason. They have a lot of health still. And there's a lot of high health ones still. Things are dying. We have petrels. Yeah, no, the Shikras might actually start being able to do things. There's only one Regal Ripper left. And that's not enough to stop Infinity Shikras. Especially because it might still blow up to this petrol. Oh, just lived, and it got every repair in the world on it. But now it dies. Other Valentars. And that means that Pierce is now getting to... I'll give him a little bit, still. The problem is it's only this many yards. This is not many yards. It's 78 Corvette yards, 8 specialist. What specialist are they even building? Hummingbirds. Yeah. They actually get to connect shockingly often. Alright. Wait, I can actually read a name right now, so that's actually good. Yeah. To be fair, there's 3 of those who won in my testing, but didn't in practice here. the three which... Yeah. No, I don't even know why, because the frame rate's been pretty much the same. It's just, I think, a little bit of RNG, they did it like 10 seconds slower, so they got over the time limit. Alright. Gone fishing. Yeah. Just a few fish. And there's one asteroid to mine back here. Yes. These little defensive outposts here just mean that you don't lose at the 20-second mark. Did that, yes, the problem was most bases with defenses were losing at the 20-second mark. Most bases don't have this much defense on every side. This breaks at like just after the 1-minute mark unsupported. It is a lot of fish. I reduced the number of fish. This is a lot of fish on fish violence, though. Expurgator versus Expurgator. What a fry heart if not fish? Doesn't do friendly fire, fortunately. It would be a self-immolating railgun. Oh. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of text conversation going on. I'm not gonna even try to look at that. Gonna assume it's something unhinged. Knaves have a knack for just like shooting off at nothing sometimes, I will say. Ooh, this is doing better than it did in my testing. Sometimes it's that at least. Ooh, up to 10 points. Look at that. When the Pierces arrived. What do you mean? There's only a lot of Impalers and Pierces on screen. I used to have problems with there being approximately 20 times as many Impalers. And it turns out literally nothing beats 20 times this many Impalers. That's if the heavy mortar gets to live to do it. Killing those 2 extra layers has meant that this is doing a lot better than it did in my testing. Uh, 10 minutes. It actually has an ending, so we actually go into the ending. I forgot to put a time limit ending on the other one. No. It's just you just get the end screen so we can see the kill counts. Fish don't kill knaves very quickly. Is their big advantage right now. Yeah, but a piercer has to like waste its whole firing cycle on a knave. Still. When the Ares is like turning its little gun without turning it, it's very amusing. Look at the jitter around. Neither side is able to stack at the moment, which is impressive. In my testing, Alphox got like 1 less layer, and then just got completely wiped out by the 8-minute mark. Apparently just 1 less layer making something is the difference. Probably. They are 300 DPS. 15. Yeah, I don't think it does. Alright, a score of 10. As that start. Now, Bagel. It sure is attempting to damage this brute lair. Yeah, this was one of the base. This was the first of the no defense bases, which is most of them that I tested, and I went, "Oh God, fish kill you instantly." 15-second build times on a fish that can then reach your base in another 10 and then kill like 5 buildings before you know what's happened. Yeah. And you can see the defenses are still actually breaking on a lot of the sides if you don't have your own defenses or units that get there fast. And everyone whose base has defenses, their defenses are in range of shooting the fish while they're at these little initial pre-placed ones. Yep, it does not last long. Ares don't target half the fish. Yes, but that means them and the base behind them slowly gets killed. Remember, like, every fish has shred. These bullet bricks very quickly start losing armor. There's a fair few of them in there somewhere. I cannot identify any fish on site other than like the expurgator. Fair point, fair point. I don't know if I can identify it. I can just tell it's big. If you shrunk a subjugator to the size of a piercer, I would not tell it apart from a piercer. Really, the piercer is like the epitome of the fish form. Half of the fish just look like a. That is a big fish. Yeah, you have to kill enough layers to spawn the subjugator, so a fair few people are spared by the fact that they can't kill fish to begin with. 21. It is on some of the others. You're not having a great initial showcase for it. And the subjugator and the multiple pierce. Okay, so just one piercer layer, and an expurgator one, an incisor one, and a peculator one. I don't know where these areas are going. No, it's still a macro target. It even says it here. The areas are just really easily distracted. They're also just letting themselves get shot because they don't target these speculators. You know, areas are 550 DPS apiece. And then the shield stops. I haven't actually tested Bagel's base on this since I redid the map. No, like if that shield drops, there's a chance, but if as long as there's a shield, they can't. I love these 27 dead nothings. That 27 blank died at some point. No clue what that could be, to be honest. Never not noticed that one before. Alright. The Seekers. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yep. You don't want to be here all day? Bye-bye all the flanking bases. First spawn wave. Now 4. That's 20 seconds a wave. And now, the incomprehensible color light show begins. Emphasis on swarm. I can't even click on an expurgator. They die instantaneously. They both just kill the other like instantly upon sight. Yeah. That was 100 kill expurgator. They get 80 kills then detonate, actually. They do a little bit better than that. They kill a lot before they die. I think this one does stalemate here. Just Expurgator versus Seeker. It involves lag spikes, apparently. That's probably a better way to put it. Any of these nearby layers making expurgators that they could potentially reach? Maybe, but then layers regen actually pretty. Oh, we got another one. Layers do have pretty good regen, so they're not. I don't know they have armor regen. It's 6 armor anyway, doesn't matter. They don't have armor. The fish largely ignore them is the funniest part. Even the expurgators don't stop to like fight the seekers. They just shoot them as they go by and drive by. And they just score 80 kills on a drive-by. It fucking just beeline it for the heavy mortar while spraying. And it works. I can't fault them. I just love seeing them get like absurdly high kill counts for doing nothing. 170! Oh my god. 280! Oh, jeez. No wonder it's a stalemate. Who wouldn't stalemate when you're getting that many kills? It's the stupidest stalemate you've ever seen. Oh. I love them. Because you can't kill enough fish to spawn the subject. Oh, you're starting to lose. Oh yeah, no, it's just covered in vault flowers. There's a tad bit of our. This is why the good old Spatial RNG is a important factor to consider. Some of these matches go very differently to what they did in my testing. They're waiting for Trendios to finish building. At least in the meantime, you have enough defenses to live. It is very pretty. And they start from literally second zero as well. They instantly launch. One Tread Neos is enough to beat each of these outposts, like, individually. Like, they actually do really, really well into fish. Especially since they got their flak guns. Oh, one of them didn't go to the back one initially. And the main missiles just, like, punch through the fish buildings. And they have just enough armor that most fish struggle to hurt them. Also, this is the most value you will ever see out of an Ecudon's point light guns. They're the main gun they are actually able to shoot anything with. That Ecudon shot something in its barrel. This is why we can't have our Brundon Tollies. That would be this is a specific use case they have. There are Bruntollies in one of the levels. I don't know if anyone's gonna see them though. No, Treadnails are actually working. That's the thing you have to consider. They're actually working through this. And the many, many Matesses. The other thing is the Matesses get sniped out the back. They have one very critical point defense weapon. It's called a point fission howitzer, or whatever it is. Point fusion howitzer. They keep shooting like fish in the middle of their own barrels. I love it. Like, half the Ecudon shots don't exit the front of the Ecudon. There is now a lot of projectile spam going on. Because these rippers back here are firing in too. Before getting more stuff. Did do a lot better in my testing, again. Like, the people are just doing consistently worse than in testing at the moment. Yes, no. Some of those Ecudon shots that went off in their own barrels would normally connect into the, like, Impaler blob and just wipe the whole blob instantly. Fun fact, sometimes the striker cannon gets like captured and turned into a fish striker cannon. And you have to deal with the fish owning defenses in your base. I think I did once also see the heavy mortar get converted. I don't know how that happened. Will the Catalysteers be enough? They are currently wiping out the peripheral outposts, so the Jippers are actually really handy. As are the Wurnos, actually doing their job pretty well. I may not look it, but they help a lot because they actually do enough damage to just punch through the light fish pretty quickly. They can just kill them outright. A lot more still. Catalysteers do not push forwards very quickly. The drones are now actually constantly in the enemy backline. You just have the good old Catalysteer AI, meaning that they shoot random things constantly while floating backwards. I feel like they do worse just because Expurgators are still very good anti-drone. And the Catalysteer's direct fire does actually kill off a lot of things. So many Catalysteers. But the Valentar's guns are like their one good feature. Oh god. I like how you can see that the Catalysteers can just push, but they just refuse to. They conceptually refuse to go forwards most of the time. It's exactly true, though. They have these giant plasma cannons, but they're like, no, I must stay back and shoot the little guy. It leads to them just like shotgunning into the base because they just overshoot in a massive cone. 2 minutes left to push. As there's less fish, they push faster. Technically, you get slightly more than 10 minutes because my timer at the end is a little longer. The ship that stands off beyond the point it can shoot. Oh, by the time the actual time limit, which is the win screen, pops up, they will have killed the subjugator. I don't think they will in 1 second. Just. They really almost did. And yes, the subjugator counts as a lair. You get an extra point for killing it. And this was Richie. Boop. Our first of the 27 scores, which in my testing, Just Carrier also got. Yeah, no, you just managed to build up like 2 waves and it just pushes through everything with ease. Ecudon Tridneos. You get like 10 Tridneos and 5 Ecudons and they can just wipe this entire block. They did die to the Subjugator, but then the second wave of Ecudons killed the Subjugator. In time. Oh no, the nest has 0 armor from the Duons. How long will that take? It's not even going up a blip yet. It lost its armor instantly. There's a one Tread Neos is going to be the reason these outposts actually start dying. Look, Agritas. The Umbrundonels actually do get decent value here just because A, they go forward unlike most other units. And there's just a lot of things that are easy for them to shoot a lot. They didn't die instantaneously, but they went forward first. It's a critical force that many like bases do lack in. Something to hold W so that they actually ever move forward. Question is, will they do it in time? I don't think the Soggy going after an outpost is helping. I feel like they would need the Ecudon in a different direction. Now, will enough of the base survive, is the question. Yeah, no, as long as they can keep building Yobragors. Yeah, as long as they got those, there's a chance. Because look at that entire build-up of Impalers gone in a single go. And the Ecudon are just swinging on in without having to deal with infinity Impalers to kill it instantly. Because it doesn't get impaled instantly, but there's yobs behind it. The true capital PD is these yobs. Look at them killing hundreds of drones! One salvo, 50 kills. And now at the 6-minute mark, maybe they can start going forwards. No, that's free that you do. The 4th is this front one of the triangle. They have not pushed at all yet. It takes a very... Yeah. I don't know, it's true. We'll see that very soon, actually. They can do it. Ah, but they shoot different layers. There's also these floating ones, I guess. We'll see that in the other... One of the upcoming bases has multiple of the turret ones. They don't coordinate. There's a lot of yobs in here. I can't even find the original one anymore. Somewhere in the blob. The fucking big-ass blob of capitals. Oh, there's an Ecudon in there, apparently. In the middle. Not sure why he's in the middle, but... Yeah, because they spend a little bit of health when they spawn stuff. From their, like, defensive spawning, I believe. Yeah. Ooh, just got that 17th. A lot of fish died. Not many jippers. Unsurprisingly. Time to light rush the fish. This can only go well. I mean, hey, look how quickly the Shikras are gonna kill some of these nests. Like, they're not doing bad. I do love the Gerfalcons in, like, love of shooting things they do 0 damage to, though. It's very funny. Yes, if I had not placed these pre-placed defenses, I think the average score drops down to, like, 2. Being, like, the Seeker base is able to kill things in time to not instantly die to Infinity Fish. And then everyone else just instantaneously dies to Infinity Fish before they have a chance to have a single unit come out. This is already a higher score than the Space God in my testing. They didn't manage to push out forward at all. Yeah. You did have to lose a bit of the front of your base, but you did win. Non-deterministic gameplay. You are directly on a leaderboard competing with each other. See, it's starting to go the way that did in my testing, where the build-up can happen. But notice the standoff distances of all these units and which way they're slowly moving. Pierces. Yeah. And Expurgators are really, really good anti-drone, as we have seen. The Expurgators are just infinite kill rate, but they die instantaneously, so it's somehow balanced. They kill everything they come near, but then they immediately die for it. I don't know why there's a fish flank going on right now. The fish are going on. The Kestra over here that just builds up pierces every now and again. But yeah, no, in a certified Valk standoff moment, the units are moving backwards. Which is just getting more and more of the base killed. Yep. The fish are actually gonna stop coming soon because they're gonna run out of macro targets very quickly. Who was this? This was Skill. They might run out of macro targets first, though. And just stop sending new fish. But then the cormorants will go forwards, I guess. And now, but they'll be now fishing off 1,000,000 fish at once. The stealth kestrel's backing off into the void. What's this kestrel doing? It's just floating around and not shooting. Behold, the power of an Tresca Breaker versus a single brood lair. Takes it a while, though. These Regors get ungodly kill counts if they don't immediately get overwhelmed. However, they're being overwhelmed. The kind of heat nerf, huh? It's not winning, though. That's the problem. It's just there forever. I don't know why this Tradios decided it needed to be in the middle of the fish swarm. This Barvek won that bottom's push. And this Yob has decided that this base doesn't need a front half. And it's willing for it to die. The con capital ones can pull back a little bit at least, if they're just stacking up of stuff. Because they can then kill a lot. They're very good at making sure things keep dying. They're not going to get more Ecudons though. Shot a single fish. Yeah. Someone got fished. Impaler's scary. There's some single Impalers kill the capital ship. Here's the next subjugator. if a fish kills a capital, it instantly turns into a subjugator. Yeah, that was like 6 minutes before the base got wiped out. Without the defenses, I don't know if anyone would have not been that. Yeah, the Seekers. But then the Seekers would probably then die because if a couple fish would start shooting their build spawners. Yep, and I missed. Bye bye, Petrol 1. Look at those Strix go! They're killing the nest! Fish are really good at killing petrels. Yeah, 0. Though it's a shame we can't detect the kill count of a nanite swarm tower. Probably over 1,000 already. Also, are you ready for turns to be the single greatest unit to exist for a challenge? Turns out splash damage. Yeah, they actually can kill fish in a decent quantity. .200 meter now radius, but still huge. And their big salvos like guarantee some connect. Let's watch this turn arbitrarily. There's one key issue this comp encounters. It does, which you. Also, all the Merlin mines just over the base everywhere. If any fish enters that base, it's done for. But yeah, there's a couple ospreys in there. They're not actually doing as much as the turns are in this case. Because this is just like ideal turn territory is just killing big blobs. The problem is, however, the problem with Firehawks is that their missile is shot down and doesn't detonate, where turns do. So turn missiles get shot down and still kill anything. It's the main reason turns can actually punch through PD so well, because they just splash the PD with each missile as it shoots them down. Hey now, don't forget the humble Falcon. Looking forward to that Tesla capital. One day. 2048, slightly after Apophrica. Now it comes 2 years later. Look at all these mines. Hey, the Strix are getting to shoot nests. Or less. Not here. The fish are not able to push through return missiles. If this base had like 5 more minutes, it would comfortably win, and the subjugator would like evaporate from existence pretty quickly as well. However, you didn't get wiped out, true. Many bases have done a lot worse than that today. Ooh, nearly got another lair back there. Oh wait, the slow-mo. Didn't get in the slow-mo. No, not how the scoring is set up actually. Because it goes by from health, so. It won't die. It won't die immediately. At least, I guess. I don't think they do enough damage to kill the layers through their rapid healing. I think the Shikros might kill like some of the freebie outposts. Everyone's gotten these free so far. One of the freebie outposts, the North freebie outpost used to be only Impaler spawning, and it would genuinely kill bases on its own. It turns out one lair and 3 nests of Impalers is enough to kill most things. They are insane. Look, that would mean it's not the normal Impaler, so it'll be weaker. Yep. It's not like this base is going to last much longer. I think they need to manage to sit over the defenses slightly longer. Oh, no, it needs to be this Tredneos needs to go backwards. That's the game changer. Because you get 2 go down, 2 go up, 1 goes backwards, and then all of these are gone before the Ecudons spawn. Because they clear them really quickly. Like, Tredneos just actually goated for wiping when there's not a million fish at once. And when there's a million fish, there's not much that can actually do much anymore. Technically, you got flak guns on the Tredneos, and the Ecudon has AoE. Will this Tredneos be smart? Oh, yep, it is. Oh, why is it going all the way off? There we go. Oh, the Expurgator is confusing it. Oh, there we go. It's fast enough that it'll probably make its way there before too long. Better than going south. South was a much longer journey, is the thing. There you go. And Ecudons are spawning. You don't actually have much PD, so it's not like the PD and accuracy from speeding up is that impactful. We just need to see if Ecudons can actually shoot Impalers successfully. These Ecudons actually look really well. Everything. Just sheer volume of enemy fire. And they still have to get to like 20 armor before it actually picks up. It's a pacifist Ecudon. So this is currently the exact score you got previously. It means you're not doing worse. It was the outlier, apparently. Oh, 8 layers. It's already score up. What shoots the little missiles out of the Echidon? That's cute. That's cute. I don't even know which gun that is of this. Ah, yeah. Will you shoot the blob back? No. Yeah. Incisors also have 1,000,000,000 damage. Playing the Glowfish campaign truly made me appreciate how incisors are just like the single fish that exists below the like medium ones that it kills everything immediately. Wait a minute, they do infinity damage and make sure you have no armor, so you're taking all infinity. Hey now, the Seekers. No, no cat. Behave yourself. Oh, that's not how I pan. I can't mouse pan. I forget that's a feature Luke hasn't put in yet. I can't play with just my mouse. That's an understatement. Well, you've gone up to 10 at least. Probably gonna hit 11. I think this layer will go down in time. 12? Oh my! The fish RNG is very strong. We can try that after. Let me see what is next. I think next is civilian losses. Those are the civilians being lost. You're just killing petrol's whole mission. Do you think you would survive a civilian casualties? and you get that ambush timer for fully built base. It does not take many Seekers to obliterate everything they look at. Oh yeah, don't mind the invulnerable Tycon Fortress everyone gets for this mission. It was there for testing purposes, and I didn't remove it, and it doesn't matter, so you get to have it. If you're at the point it's being shot, you already not doing anything anymore. You've already hit the maximum score you're gonna get. Yep. This one also has an ending. 300,000 civilians dead so far. Plus a couple from that. Look how big it is! That's like a city! I think it would have more than that, actually. 500 meters across. And then, like, a dense structure. You can see all those layers to them. They're probably housing way more than 100,000. Oh, well, the Regal Rippers. Wait, when the knaves remember to shoot them, they do. Knaves just need to remember they need to shoot things. Look at this one Ares go. Lassa does not beat a pulse howitzer and 2 dust piercers. However, this sure beats that. Yep, that civilian center is gone. It's one of the bases that can actually wipe out the definitely a civilian outpost. Fun fact: these are ×2 build rate Metessa yards. Now they're vaguely close in time to the legionaries. It shits out constantly. Who do in fact do a lot of damage to the bases if they get to connect. Rip all those yards. Okay, they stopped the Ecudons from building. Yeah, there's an Ecudon yard. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, I just didn't manage to get the Civic Center, which is probably for the best. The Gyrates got the build, but they didn't get to reach anything. Alright, some more yards are active now. I like how the Legionaries are just not shooting. They don't shoot knaves. Sometimes. Oh, the Barvex are coming again. Yeah. Ah! What are you doing? Cat tried to jump up my chair. The Tredneos! Another Tredneos! 2. Oh, and Skewers. Skewers counter the Ares actually pretty well. He's basically a cop if you think about it and squint really heavily. What is a mega SWAT if not just a cop? Stop it. I'm having a cat try desperately claw up my leg. She's a very dumb girl. No, but she's less bright than the average orange cat. What's the max speed of an Ares? 6? They're as slow as an Irie. But they're really good at shooting civilians. They're really good at also just like coring through defenses because they just overpen and just destroy 4 buildings behind the front armored line. And they do not get distracted. Like, they're committed. The point defense is the next line of Ares. Catalosteers. Well, see, there's a simple trick. If the Ares manages to get that close to you, you have problems. It's not going there fast. Especially when there's this many Ares. Oh, 2 of them are going off to meet their Tychon brothers. I think they lose from sheer outnumbering for heat. The Ares are miserably slow. Oh, more civilians down. So you're saying the Ares doesn't get the worm? That poor gyrate. I said the real question is, will they get there before the 3 rocks spawn? 3 rocks does in fact beat an absurdly large number of Ares. There's a very short list of things that beat 3 rocks in a straight up brawl. But also 3 rocks gets beaten by 3 rocks, so... There was a base over here. The sole thing that holds back the Ares score is that they are the slowest unit known to man. I don't think in that last minute they'll even reach this civic center. Like, if their best bet would be collateraling it through the legionaries. And these ones are being distracted by the Tredenios, which would eventually guide them to where they want to be. Oh, they got it! In time. In time for the cops. They might just from the sheer quantity you have. That would be the thing. And now are you ready for a war cry? I like how also my fortress is off-center, and you can very clearly tell at the moment. The RGB lights are truly all-powerful. Especially versus civilians. A lot. At least a couple hundred. Like, just watch them flow over everything. Murderers do one-shot them, but at a finite rate. Turns. It always turns. I was like, have you considered one turn will just endlessly kill block in front of them though? From sheer splash. They don't need to. The drones will shoot down their missiles and die. Bye bye the Tycon base. Who has no defenses that shoot drones. Other than like 2 beam spires. Or they're just 1 even apparently. This is essentially the crux of it, yeah. They do it like, yeah, no, like only units really have the actual reliable AoE. I wonder how a Trad Neos will do. Their hunger cannot be quenched. Rocks are coated in an okay amount of PD. It's getting kills. It's just not going to be able to save the civilians. Yeah, no, I think the Soul Warden that spawns here will die when it spawns. It's got 4 minutes of Seekers spawning! This is 4 minutes of Seekers spawning! It's going to arrive into like 4,000 Seekers. +1. Dead cop. Oh, it's going to lag it so bad. You can see the frame rate plummeting. 10 minutes. We do have ULAN units, they're just nowhere near as scary as Freiheit. No, my FPS drops by 2 every spawn wave. We're just this is actually just a cop ambush. Is it is. More drone kills than you could imagine. Well, the main base building is invincible. 2,000 kills instant. 5,000 kills in 10 seconds. 6,000 Seekers lost, 5,000 of which were at the end there. You can see in the background. It was not going to live. Ugh. That was half the time limit to kill literally all the civilians available to kill. Yeah? I like how this Dragor is just continuously being shot. It's very good against a stream of like those 5 Tolly yards, you know? They're not gonna get much done to you. Rocket howlers! I think this is actually a war crime using cluster munitions on civilians. Since I think it's a war crime either way, just because you're shooting civilians. Will one Trandios be able to overcome 4 dust piercers? True. It has Matessas though, so it might actually. No, the Regor Rippers mean it can't shoot torpedoes. They're shooting the barrels and cock blocking it. They just denied it. I like how the Regors are trying to shoot the Matessas, but the bullets don't want to. And they're just veering towards Intradios instead. Oh. This is 2 Trednios waves over here by the looks of it. Yep, and then a couple over here with Decadon. We're never getting a Val campaign. Oh. And then you can see the little Echidon yard over here that often gets sniped. In, what, 24, 28? Damn, no Echidon. I think he's actually going to be lucky enough to start connecting with this top right before it starts spawning its own Trednios. And there's a lot of Matessas. And that is a single Entreska breaker. More civilian casualties. We're having way more fun than he was. He clearly needs to get on our level. Oh no, the platform! The only civilians left are the Tycon. I think they're all civilians, actually. They're militants, but they're not military. They're being flanked as well. What would an Echudon fission howitzer do to civilians? Well, no, there's just... Oh, but actually pause itself. Oh yeah, no, the Discord one does that when I tab out to do the score, sometimes. No, he'd wipe out that base without too much trouble. The soul. Hmm? Oh. So Soul Warden is significantly more powerful than you think. A repair turret gets to be shot for a while. Don't you love? I mean, there's a Light Rush base coming up, so we'll find out eventually. My favorite. I mean, right now we're getting cooked civilians because this is actually heat generating murder. Hey, that thing's a macro target. Didn't know that. Hackers do not beat regular rippers. The 100 rippers go out and die to a nanite swarm. LSTs are starting to bank up in multiple spots at once. Really well. It wiped everyone with time to spare. You just had idling capitals vibing around for like a minute at the end before the cops rocked up. Oh. Actually getting a nice grouping up going up to the top way, which is good. That's what they want. They want to be in a big group. Yeah, no, these ones are gonna do die to a Tesla cannon mostly, or legionaries. One of the two will get them. Yeah, they have a shot at it at least. They'll activate it themselves. Oh no, it's activated now. Because they didn't have the civilian center yet. So they were behind a little. But they will still be able to hit it in time to, like, be engaging onto it. If they're jippers. Make bases optimized for beating civilian casualties on their own. Start running platform wars tournaments where the objective is to see who can beat civilian casualties the fastest. With just an AI editor. Yeah, small delay. Sorry. Yeah. Telesteer's refusal to go forwards is once again sparing an objective. And now we're getting rocked. You're under arrest. Whose base was this? This was Richie. And that was 800,000. $800,000. Dead. Rest in peace, these Duon yards. You will not really be missed, to be honest. Gone forever. Not the Abrunda, no. It makes it. Gone too early to even spawn. Okay, there's more Tollies than Kanas on that this time. Unlike the civilians. We are gleeful for Velosov. Just don't look at the saved maps we have. I've got like 3 copies of civilian casualties. Look at this Barvek go, doing its best to damage a building. This is one of the less gimmicky of the maps because I made it second. It's something simpler from time to time. Is versus anything normal. I guess it's really close to just a campaign mission, actually, now that I think about it. Like, isn't that like a keynote of a Puffrocker? Iron Legion campaign, eradicate civilians every mission. Every single mission is the same objective. Kill as many civilians as you can. Look at this, like, mixed conforce. There's a little bit of everything. It does look satisfying. I also, it's just me or the Vanilla and the gyrates look really similar. I keep, like, mixing them up when I look for them. And they stack at the exact same distance as well. The current one does not look like a missile ship in any capacity, I will say. Like, I don't even know where it launches those missiles from. Oh, there? Huh. It's, it looks odd, is how I'll put it. Pressel would be proud of what you're doing here today. Almost your entire force is just swinging off at the top bases. Oh my god, the Yob is shooting from so far back. It's barely in the same area code. Oh, now he's shooting legionaries. It's getting consistent double shots. I look forward to like a lot of AI editing competitions and like sharing of AIs once the AI editor is out. You can edit an AI, you just can't like use that AI afterwards. Oh, the police have arrived. 500,000. This is cheeky. Yeah. Now let's see how a light rush does. Also, Tesla cannons actually shoot buildings really well. Like, they're just chaining through the defenses. The only reason it doesn't continue to do better is that it can't move closer, and so it can't hit the civic center. If only there was one of those. I don't really mind if it's done like... Oh. Hostile kestrels. Oh my god, there's kestrel and kestrel violence occurring over here, but they can't see each other. Yeah. Look at these kestrel v kestrel combats going on. Whoever initiates is the one who gets shot, unless the kestrel forgets to shoot, which they very often do. Maybe. No, I don't think it'll... Oh, no, the rooks. The rooks might push into it and kill it. I was like, there's no like strong enemy units yet. There's just like 2 Abrundanels and like some light stuff. But no, there's a trio of rooks, so that genuinely might. But it doesn't mean they're pulling away elsewhere. They're continuing to... I think that might help them. I might like force them to blob up a bit. And then get Tesla cannoned. But what have you. Oh, and 4 Regal Rippers. Regal Rippers, guys! They're a unit now. They're a thing now. It looks very cool. They also get to shoot more consistently, so it does actually work. They even get multiple salvos off sometimes. Like, look at these guys go. That would have been horrific. I don't know what the AI would have done about that. I think the AI would have been very confused. These guys are shooting the Echelon yard. Oh, they're being nanited! No! The nanites can see through the stealth. Or will this one die to this dust piercer as well? Or will it... Nope, it will. Goodbye, Kestrel. You were trying something, I think. I don't know if we're gonna kill any more civilians of the space. Doesn't count as 100 something kills. How many kills does this one have though? 300. 400 kill Regor Ripper over there. No, these Regor Rippers don't even have that many kills. Proof of why your civilians should be armed in case of self-defense matters. There's a second Soul Warden. The second Soul Warden rarely comes into frame. Oh yeah, Contour Ground, and Trisco Breaker straight into civilians. And this one's just turning around to shoot civilians over there. As Founding Fathers intended, shooting civilians with it. All those are conduits. Double Tridneos yards, and we know Tridneos do well here, so plus we can speed up. Playing the game on not ×2 feels so slow after playing on after playing Platform Wars. Ideal. The Valentars really trying to pull those buildings. They really wanna though. These Regor Rippers aren't online yet. There are civilian structures. What do you think these are? Like, how these are made of like bundles of civilian structures. They do actually have decent eco structures. I think they would just use Conyards generally, because that's like the same style. Oh yeah. Where is it? That generates mana, but some of these here are the ones which are like, ah yes, required to build thing. Enables production of plasma siege vessels. You're just fighting with like Tollies, but they have a single Valk like autocannon, like from the point defense one, as their only weapon. They take forever to do anything. I think the Vernon Tolly exists because we bullied Luke into actually making it real. We kept memeing about it for too long, and he's like, fine, you can have it. But you can't use it. Tresna Falls and Tresna Breakers really like shooting civilians. 100,000 dead from a Tresna Falls shot. Total Contal victory. Look at these little rock yards go. They're really trying. They're up against 2 Tresna Falls. And 2 Soggies. Ah, they want the nanite tower. They're out for blood. The Echidons really like killing civilians. They have good taste. Petrol Railgun performs exactly as you'd expect. Civilian on civilian violence. Oh. Multiple Teslas immediately shooting a base. And nanites, assault nanites being sent after civilians. I think that's a new category of war crime. Sending assault nanites into a civic center. It's because it's going after the pulse howitzer, which is tougher, so it doesn't do as much, but it's getting its armor down gradually. And then there'll be some Strix to go and finish off that pulse howitzer. Actually, not yet, because there's a single beam spire, so they don't exist yet. And here you have Gerfalcons bombarding buildings and doing borderline nothing. All those explosions, and they do nothing. The real killers are these 2 Strix back here, and there's 1 Flycatcher. It genuinely does. Ooh, this is now going down to Flycatchers. There we go, there's that. Lots of missiles hidden in. 1 petrol died on the pulse howitzers, as expected. Who got the final blow over here? There's a lot of pulse howitzers. It's very hard to tell who gets the finishing blow. Just to spite my trying to find out who it was. Turns! Going their favorite direction, backwards. All of these mines as well. This is just the leaving munitions in a civilian area. That's another war crime for the list. That is definitely a war crime. I think you need a Corvus for that. Corvus is a very good anti-mine. Yeah! It converts the mines. So it beats infinite merlets because it converts the mines and then it detonate other mines, so it just endlessly kills them off before the mines get close enough to do anything. Corvus can convert drones. Yeah. Yeah. That's just the Corvus experience. I love how one of the main damage dealers going on in this fight down here is the fucking Osprey's little, like, repeater cannon. Consistently blinking away at things. The Osprey's railgun is purely cosmetic in nature. The repeater cannon is more real than the railgun is. Turn's good. And the Kingfisher has two, I think. Hmm. Oh, and they also have a scatter railgun. Yep. It is a little funny. They... the same with how there's what is there? So there's a small repeater cannon, a medium. Is there a heavy repeater cannon? Or is the rocks like? I thought the rocks was like super heavy repeater cannons. Look at all those drones just bombarding civilians. Oh, and here are the police. Yep. Falcon to commit more war crimes. Just all Firehawk base. Oops, all Firehawks. I don't know if a single petrol will reach the rocks that exist. Like, the best they can hope for is dying near things. Oh, might blow up a couple yards over here. Takes a very long time to explode. Yeah, that took out a decent chunk of yards. There was a lot of pulse howitzers, however. They are obscenely high DPS into the petrols when they shoot them. Yeah, no, not the lowest score, funnily enough. Chikras and then every defensive structure being completely distracted so nothing shoots them. Yep, and as we've learned, the bullets have separate homing priorities to the actual gun itself. So they will sometimes be shooting at something and the bullets just veer off and hit another thing. Flycatchers though. They did kill a couple on their way though. And then Trest and the Breaker doing its favorite thing, shooting a civilian vehicle. Stop! Can't go any further. With a 1 Rockruff, it's nowhere near enough DPS for anything to care. Not the lowest of the scores. Now it's can Shikras kill another one so they die to real units, or they slowly die to... It might... I think they will live unless they kill the Civic Center. If they kill the Civic Center, that will be... I don't know if these will come online, but at least these will. And that's just a bunch more heavies. There are Kestrels, however, currently killing yards at the back. They're not actually killing the yards, they're just half helping them and then leaving to shoot a different yard. Fucking Kestrels. Incapable of finishing a job. That just means there's more Kestrels to not finish the job. Oh, another group of civilians dead. So now a lot more Brundlels coming eventually. They might actually be able to clear out some of those yards. Oh, the Legionaries are coming online now, and the Legionaries are going to win. Well, we'll lay in 2 minutes, yeah, that is the question. I think Legionaries are fast enough. I was gonna say, the Brundle has a second gun. Okay, it'll probably last till the police arrive. I mean, 500,000 civilians have survived. There's non-lethal nuclear armaments. Yeah, it only split their photons, Your Honor. They'll get over it. What is the next one? Let's do competitive commerce. Are you ready for most bases to do literally nothing for this entire level? You're still gonna be in the top 5. There'll still be people below you. Yeah, there's some little things, like some little PDs, some obelisks, there's a couple fish, there are a couple of these tiny little defense outposts, which are going to be lighted out of existence imminently. A cheeky little Contilgrad. Yeah. And now we wait, because we're just watching these two numbers go up. 5 minutes. I was going to try do some fun math, but because I couldn't get it to work, I'm just going to be adding together the matter and energy generated. I wanted to do something funky, like you'd sell lots of 100, they'd be sold for like slightly different values each. Hence the like money made million up there. But you can't check for teams' resources, so you can't physically do this. Oh, they're on their way to the distraction belfries. I need a distraction. There used to be a belfry over on even further left for a little while. Don't worry about that. That's not important. I needed something to make sure the military units didn't just sit here in the middle causing lag for the whole time. So I decided a block of like 60 belfries. 5 minutes. One of the bases, you may guess which one, nearly fills up the storage in that time. The petrol railgun. The, there are like there's like in the corner here somewhere. You can't see them because of it in just a like node. There's like a couple hundred of the storages, a couple thousand, I think. Actually, I just sat there with my auto clicker turned on for like a minute. I need to do some math quickly because just using an auto clicker is faster. Right, this is 4631. I'll keep putting my commas in to make numbers easier to read. No, this one was just make as much resources as you possibly can. And now you can see what Bagel's little scheme was. Literally nothing is going to happen for 5 minutes, I warn you. It's a surprise tool for later. Nothing fucking helps against the Seekers. Meat eating. Will the Starsling claim any lives? It is kind of. Never mind, it doesn't actually damage Ares. Even if it's dying attack, it just warmed one up for a little bit. Like, it's just a toasty Ares now. Like, I'll just follow the Ares eternally. Do Matessas move the same speed backwards as they do forwards? I guess that makes sense for how they're used. I don't know if there's a base that fails to disarm the nuke. There probably is. Someone probably fails it. Yep, I just need to now add the score, so I need to quickly pull out a calculator. I had already calculated it, I just needed to write it down as well still. Wow, look at that. Wonderful set of casualties. There was even still just little Contal defense platforms scattered around. We can hear like the Freiheit on Freiheit violence off to the far left eventually. Look at them just go in every direction immediately though. They do in fact overwhelm obelisks pretty quickly, but the obelisks do shred them. I'm pretty sure obelisks and seekers have the same gun. They are very beautiful to watch, just a swarm fly over things and then just be nothing left underneath them afterwards. The Contal are being disarmed. The Spiculets are doing their job. You can see like little mining incomes are popping up. This is a base with eco. If you had literally no eco, this would have been very sad. Because all we would have had to witness is the low frame rate and the blender, as I call it over here. I take the time to get here, but just they get evaporated. The one thing that can stop the Seekers. It's certainly zapping. I don't know if anyone would have breached a wall then. Oh god. The wall scores. Everyone did not finish except Bagel. Who finished in the exact same time because the limiting factor was their movement speed. Okay, income is ended. Thank you. I don't change the team. I deactivate everything on the team. Everything just turns off. Technically, you get a bit of income like for a moment afterwards, at least the numbers say you do. But so long as it's consistent timing, I don't really care about that. Hey, you got those two Jarens. That's not the least. There's a couple bases that don't mind at all, and they're just going to be sitting there on whatever the platform generates. You could be. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to get some water. There's not like there's anything to see. See, look at that +4 mining income from, I don't even know where the Gerons have gone at this point. They're somewhere. Oh, there's one of them. Why does this Geron have kills? This asteroid. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. The reason I put those point defenses around was specifically to make sure that just petrels wouldn't mine, because they have enough. The obelisks have enough PD to completely shut down petrels in their fields. And there's two approaches around that. You either kill them, or you just make so many drones that they physically can't kill them fast enough. Yeah. Yeah, but I can only shoot so many places at once. I will get to see the base shut down. Boop. Light up. Yeah, turns off everything on the team. It's a neat little function, just one of the standard event functions. Are you ready to witness the minimum available score? This base has no eco. Also, yeah, you rip everyone's colors because you all get switched to being Team 0, so you can actually see it on the UI. Hmm? Hmm. I guess it carries some of it over. I don't know. Does groove into the game's tunes. So isn't someone doing a free-for-all next? Oh my god. Cat. I'm having chicken, and that's her favorite treat. And she's like, gimme some of the chicken. Bapping me on the thighs. The bases that don't have much eco, this is a very engaging round for. The bases that do have more stuff, like there's sometimes funny stuff going on. I believe the score is going to be 1,050 exactly. 300 seconds of income. Yeah. It's a question of will their gerunds die more or less than yours? Which was not a factor I even considered. Yes, I will. So I say, yeah, I'm so sorry for those who relied upon gerunds. They are so sad. I did on some of the more time urgent missions. I have made the asteroids squishier so that you can actually get things out. Gerunds can kill them before you die. I'll be back in a moment again. I am back. It's how it goes. Eco like you've never seen before. The base does still have defenses. It does still have units. The shutdown units look pretty cool. And this was Shiki. There we go. Shiki actually beat Just Carrier's score by 12. Pushed you down a placement. A base with no mining? We can just skip the base with no mining. Who is this? This is skill. This one is a one to check for an other part of bases. The obelisk never stood a fucking chance. And tell me what goes after next. It does turn though. It sees something. We've got some PD on PD violence over here. Yep. We've got hackers trying to take out multiple brood nests. Yeah. The Valentado! Come to save the day, beating up the fish. Valentar over here, killing an obelisk, slowly. Unending amounts of PD on PD violence. The Barvek is here to break the cycle. Do the Valentars just not idle at a distance they can shoot? These two did. Yeah, there's overshot. It goes off 1 second after the time limit. It launches a nuke. It's specifically timed so that you get nuked right after the competition is done. But I think everyone has enough units to wipe it out. It adds a bit of spice. I had to put something on the map to know something to keep me sane, mostly, to be honest. They did not drift close enough, and then they shut off. Yes, but then there would have been too much like actual. Ooh, a new high score for the double gerunds. By 4. RNG that exists solely to make this thing slightly more inconvenient. Because it means I can't just pre-do all the math and be like, here's your scores for this one. Because there is randomness into who wins it. And now a base that can actually mine. A base that can mine but doesn't actually have many units out quickly, so we can even see the PDs do their thing. You have Falcon on fish violence. This may be one of the saddest fights yet. They're really trying. I think the Sunfire defense beam from the petrol is genuinely doing more damage. It's actually got a kill. The petrols are getting kill counts on the fucking obelisks, which have hundreds of kills. A whole petrol difference in the mining output. Oh, it's fucking great. I think the railgun just like accepts a couple petrol casualties. I think this petrol. Oh, okay, no, they're gonna the Merlets are on their way to take out the pulse outs. It's gonna vibe there and drop mines and kind of be like, yeah. Okay, the turns are after this one, so this one's actually gonna die. Give the fucking RNG, it might actually. Just. I think it's because it just took those. They lost a lot of drones. A lot of piccolets died. 43. So that's still like a full petrol wave or two. That's a couple petrol waves of spawns just that died. the I think if petrols avoid dying, it will actually fill up the storages. I'm praying that enough petrol injuries are taken. I'm not sure. I think one of the things is I'm pretty sure petrol's also a cohese. It does say they have that +1, and you can see the efficiency has dropped, and the basic plus is a lot higher, and they don't have other actual income. Yeah, no, petrols make you some guaranteed income. It's like nothing. It's a literally worthless amount of income outside of this. There are energy asteroids as well. You can just see. When it comes to raw matter efficiency. This obelisk just spasm shooting all the petrols around it. All of the asteroids around it got mined out from around it. It didn't even get a chance. It could not stop them. I don't know why there's a couple of the maps have a random environmental base, but I'm not going to worry about it. Look how absurdly high these resource totals are. This base was built for this specific thing. They come very fucking close to it. I don't think they managed to mine it out because they have too much travel time. But you know, Edward stops like right there from my test. Unfortunately, I don't think it matters for the score. They only have like 15 more seconds to mine. Your glorious swarm. There we go. How many was that? They only have more score than everyone else combined. Just a slightly higher score. 300 piccolets just died for that, by the way. Alright, you ready for some combat again? Some excitement in life? Yeah, we see here's the one, and there's their exit, and you're in the way. Seeker's out in time to not die to Tollies. There's also no landers in this first wave. Are you sure about that? I, no, I think one base does lose to wave 1. No! The petrels just take a while to die. Things have to kill the petrels. That's, however, the 2-minute Lamburgers. I don't even know how many Lamburgers this is. 15 Lamburgers that spawn at the 2-minute mark. So this is before Lamburgers would build, I think. 96 dark. Oh yeah, the mining. That's also where the nanite tower came from. However, the Lamburgers are making contact. Ten. Nobody survives past wave 7. Ooh, yeah, 4 wave. 4 waves from Alafox. I know you're not gonna get a teaser in the other waves yet. I have no comment. The platform genuinely dies before an Ares takes a shot. It is a slight rush you have to deal with. I did consider delaying it a little bit, but then I thought it would be funny to not stall it 10 seconds to let Bagel live and just have the Ares be obliterated. The Ares don't live through the Lamburger wave, by the way. The Lamburgers crushed them. Lamburgers are a horrifying creature. They have no natural predators. There is no natural predator for a Lamburger, you don't understand. Turns out the Unstoppable Force is also the immovable object, so it just kind of wins by default. 3 Seeker waves spawn per actual hostile wave, by the way. No, they just orbit it. Actually, okay, if they drift through after units, they start shooting. This is more damage than they actually dealt in my test one to it already. Jesus. They want it dead. It's not actually required, but it just does. It gives a really convenient macro target, so your forces always go to the right spot. Without it, your forces kind of go wherever. They're gonna die anyway. These waves are enough to kill them. They do kill Lamburgers. However, the Lamburgers do not stop. The Lamburgers just ignore the Seeker's existence, unfortunately for everything behind the Seekers. And then the Gyrates just obliterate the platform with ease. Technically wave 4 did spawn. For, I had to put the Lamburgers in because they're a classic. They're a certified platform wars classic. I couldn't just not have Lamburgers at some point. I kind of am too, to be honest. I think the Regors can stop the Tolly wave. Because the Regor's good. As I said, Regor's really good. It's Tollies, Harriers, Alcandors, Partels, and some Noladars as Wave 0, or Wave 1. You do get Echidons out before the Lamburgers spawn. Or before the Lamburgers reach your base, sorry. Say goodbye to those frontline defenses. They are a very fun unit. I don't even know what happened to those Howler shells there. Just instantly evaporated in the fog. There's the Nanite Tower. Cold need a hand with some swarms. Now the Echidon's secret power is that they take a couple seconds to die, so they give you a couple seconds of extra time. However, Gyrates don't care. They just kill. Just because there wasn't enough to shoot them. They weren't killing the Echidon. But these guys do. This individual one has 2 capital kills, apparently. There have not been many capitals spawned. That is actually pretty impressive. Oh. Made it to a higher score than everyone else so far. So you can see wave 5. There are some bases will get past this wave. No, they just survive long enough that more waves spawn, and that's how the scoring works. So you just need to not die, ultimately, for as long as possible. Technically, you're just on a survival timer, but because there's waves spawning at a regular interval, I can use that as like your score. Oh, that would make so many of the bases have way easier over time. These Nolodars would guarantee capital bases would just spawn a wave of capitals because they just sit at the back, not interacting. The Catalyses, though, they spawn one group per wave, so they actually build up pretty quickly. Another base that can't mine, though, so. Some of them will die, but more will spawn in time. When I was testing these waves, I did notice that it is a very difficult thing to get far in. But you know what? That's fine. The Lamburgers are a horrifying like checkpoint of like if you can survive the Lamburgers and then the 10 gyrates behind them, you can get a lot further because the capitals are so slow at reaching your base. You get like another 2 waves for free if you survive this. Because it just takes so long for capitals to fly from the Vaneway to your base. Which makes one of the scariest waves, I think 6? It has 4 Iries, so you just have 100 magpies that hit your base like 10 seconds after they spawn. One after this. Yep. The last 2 rounds are speedy. It takes a bit for some of the units to come out. You'll see them when you get some of the bases with more mining. The bonuses are pretty decent. Yeah, if you mine the asteroids. And that was a wave 3 death from Shiki. Oh, I do remember I was watching it and I was like, I'm surprised it took so long to die, but maybe. Yeah, I think it was. Yes, comfortably. Look, these damaged ass Tesla cannons. Turns out those clouds also damage missiles. The Lamburgers are the death of many a base. The Kestrels do help. The Lamburgers keep turning. Well, it's like Lamburgers are really good at just efficiently eliminating small targets. Yep. And they shred them too. Because they weren't strong enough otherwise. They needed a buff, okay? They were not a strong enough unit. They would be in shambles without it. You don't understand. They wouldn't be the ultimate rush build. Actually, no, Seekers might be overtaking it as the ultimate rush build, but it was 20 seconds spawn, and nothing kills them that's static. I don't know how much less scary that would make them is the problem. Firehawks being kidnapped. I felt we needed a shake up from just like actually having we worked out a meta in a rock paper scissors of like rush beats defenses beats build up. Whoa, some Marvex. Something spawned in, I think. It was the what's the Nanite swarm? 7. 3 above, 3 below, 1 to the left. Yep, but the base has survived the brunt of the Lamburgers. And the Untrusk breakers are pretty good. They, in fact, like one-shot them, which helps a lot. 7 Tridenios and a Corvus. Don't forget the Corvus at the back. Just to make sure your units can't engage them properly. Ooh, so close to another wave. Well, we're gonna have a catch-up opportunity for the Valk bases that included Petrels now. Because they're gonna be able to spawn allies. Also, actually a really solid front defense. This is a repair nanite, and this is that salt one, so it actually does really well here. A couple of Merlet yards are lost, but losing a couple Merlet yards to not die is and keep all of your heavy yards intact. They do actually help. You just gotta make sure you can push out waves. They help like with the Lama wave is the biggest one. So many fucking plasma projectiles. So one asteroid already down, so that's the nanites. Nanite tower. We're gonna get the next two in like very short order, so you're gonna get to see the weirdness that's been happening that I don't know why and I don't know how to fix. There's the three Ospreys who come in going forwards at high speed, and then there's the Corvus who comes in going backwards at high speed. Something makes it come in at a weird spot, but no idea what it is. I don't even remember, to be honest. We'll find out together. Oh, railgun platforms. And then a Soggy and a Yob. I think this one of the bases actually gets older reinforcements. So I think this is the one that gets the highest score, because it can actually survive a lot longer as a result. Especially because Valk things get way more shield than Con things do from the Soggy. Random fun fact, for whatever reason. 2 more Corvus, an Irie, and a Subjugator. There are no hostile Subjugators for lag reasons, but you can get a friendly one. You'll see the Chancellor wave with its Lanciers. The Petrels actually do a good job splitting and distracting. Soggy does not live long after Chancellor Nanite Swarms hit him. The evil Nanites. Yep, and here's the 4 Iries, 4 Rocks, Yobs, Corvus. Subjugator has its little, like, regen burst and damage reduction to live a little longer. Now it's dead. A gauntlet. You're gonna get to see the wave after it as well. That's just a bunch of Contal horrible things. Yes. Yeah, no, the Chancellors, no one kills the Chancellors. Mm, 3,000 dead strikes. 400 dead magpies. There were 5 Iries on the field. Time for all the allies really, really quickly. the French of magic. Yeah, down goes 1 petrol. Down goes 2 petrols. Most of the allies are spawned. Down goes 3 petrol. The petrols actually recoiled the Corvus back forward, so it got the help. And the Irie is being yeeted. That Irie is never coming back, it's just a carrier now. It's gonna take that Irie 3 minutes to reach the platform from where it is. But it's getting kills. And the Subjugator can actually build up a group of piercers around it. It will certainly not die to the lambs. The petrels will make sure of that. The petrels completely distract the lambs. the petrels are really good distractions. They just shoot they just get shot and you just kill the wave because the wave isn't shooting your units that shoot. Genuinely how this one goes for the next like 2 waves is just units spawn, start attacking petrels, die. And this is one that might actually kill the Vane Wave. Mm. There's no bonus for killing the Vaneway. It's just a matter of how close. Oh, I think the subjugate is going to die to nanites now. The Chancellors are kind of scary, you know? Hmm? No idea. It's just tanking a lot of damage, so you don't get to see it. Bye bye that Irie too. Where's our Irie? Ooh, our Irie made it. Look at that. Also, the engealment blobs. Oh, nearly got a rock. There's a couple Matesses, like 3 waves of spawned Matesses, and none of those Matesses have moved yet, like from their spawn to now. Yep. I think the only reason they won't get further is like Lanciers, like able to kill. Oh, and the Chancellor nanites come out that far. Irie missiles too. Yeah. No. Wheeze and Zero Raiden get to 7. We can see the wave 8. It's only a few seconds off at this point. And everything's gonna chuck each other all over the place. What the fuck are these little... Oh, there's a Chancellor repair drones, I think. 3 more Chancellors. 4 appeal to reasons. 2 Claymores. Like 5 Kalimklins. A bunch of Hemdals. Some Soggies. This is just an Irie from before. Wave 9. It's about to spawn. Well, we can just fucking go to list through the things that spawn in it. A Soul Warden, like 20 Yobs. More Nourishes, just in case this force lacked healing from its Matesses. I don't know what's damaged already, but the Matesses are healing. But something apparent. Oh, the Vein Portal, which takes over 5,000 shield capacity though. Look at that. I'll let you guys see the final wave. The final wave, no one had any chance of surviving at all, by design. 5 Soul Wardens and 10 appeal to reasons. And you can see the frame rate, not tanking as much as I expected. I get like 10 FPS if I look at this in the editor. I'll say like, oh, in the you can you can see you can feel the FPS go from like smooth to gone. Are you ready to worry about it now? You get an ablative carries. You'll see. Fun fact, Carrie's base is this big because it only lasts 2 minutes with being this big. Some rooks from here. These asteroids are very fragile, by the way. They're 3 damage, so that you can mine them. Because this takes like 2 minutes, and then people die. It's a very murderous wave. We have a perfectly normal Duon yard. I don't know what you're on about. A gladiator production block. 2 herons. We're actually gonna see most of the reinforcements out right here. Kerry's has a Corvus yard, and he has magpie production, or hummingbird production, sorry. Here you get Lamburger yards, which come with a Lamburger on arrival. No, you don't get to be that spoiled. don't think it's possible. The Soul Warden is within shooting range of it in no time. The base mainly exists to tank the fucking first, like, 20 nukes, because the Soul Warden nukes at an ungodly fast rate, and no one would have a chance if I didn't have an ablative base. Buenos yards! And a Untresnafol yard. Yeah, it is just a normal one. Base is still alive, temporarily, somehow. Alright, so... True. I don't think they are. Oh, technically they're a little bit. That's another what, like, so this is 64,000... 66,500, about. These are all good. I'll do 500 at least. That's easy enough to track, so. That was someone who got the herons. I don't know why the losses don't show up that way, but that's fine. The losses is just whatever you produce. Yeah, for note, there's there's like 2 that instantaneously die as well of those. They just get shot by the main guns. And yes, we found the counter to the Ares, guys. One got juniored. Junior is more of an eldritch horror than the fish and the Spance itself are. It's way better than that. You can see how quickly Kerry's base falls apart if you don't have stuff helping it out early on. Gets out repaired. Strategically suicide the platform so you look like you did more damage. Bye bye, carries. No. This no. You think they're gonna sell? What are they gonna do? Send us all on the junior instead and lose another one? I know you have a bit of damage because oh no that's enough. That's a nuke that got intercepted, so it gets to regen longer still. It's really keeping your platform alive for regen purposes. He would have. By the time it was lower on health when it killed carries than it was when it killed you. A base that this is the most swingy base conceivable. I don't know. It's really down to fun fact. Do you know the Soul Warden's 4 guns will target drones sometimes? Only sometimes, though. Sometimes that first Seeker wave just gets obliterated instantly as they just get direct fired at. And sometimes the Soul Warden just decides it wants to be shot. And just lets them shoot it. Continuously. Like right now, the Soul Warden has just decided it doesn't actually want to shoot the Seekers, so you're gonna get a lot of damage. Oh, there goes a bunch of them, an accident. Yeah, it just collaterals them in huge swarms, and then the Kana just build up in a blob around the Soul Warden. Oh, you apparently managed to get like these three reinforcements in a very random order. And you've done damage to the core of the Soul Warden. That's a really cool looking Untresnaful. And there you go, it just... oh! The Herons for just upping the damage score significantly. Tell them, you die by nuke. 84. This is... this person... I wish I could. There was a data bank for the Soul Force, so I knew what these guns actually did. I know. I wish we could check the stats of the Soul Warden's 4 guns, because I want to know what nonsense they do. No entry in databank. Ah! Oh, you got the Juons and you got the Gladiators going. Also the Hummingbirds. They're absorbing a nuke at least. At least one. No. The Echidons survived the 4 guns shockingly well now. Like, look at that. Yeah, so I think he also massively nerfed their Pierce. So you don't just insta go through anything. Oh, easily. It doesn't even notice it. I think the Soul Warden solos the Subjugator without using its guns. What was that, Bagel? You just have to take away a huge hunk of the Soul Warden. You have to cripple it. It wins the 1v1 if you kneecap the Soul Warden in advance. It's the Soul Warden 4 and then the nuke launcher from the rest of it. 73,500 by Just Carrier. I'm looking forward to the Freiheart Titan. If the nanite swarm touches your platform, every named character dies instantly. No, Junior dies, but Junior gets better. They try. Hey, you're technically adding heat. It hit 2%, 2.6% there for a moment. You can cook a Soul Warden. Just takes a little bit. I think Liner Costa's John Spance. Junior is John Annihilate. And Holtz is like just John. He's just here. He's along for the funny ride that Liner Costa Jr. are taking him upon. He has no agency anymore because the two of those are lunatics. I'm sorry to say, Richie, but the Soul Warden has significantly healed across your fight with it. I think Gary's beats a couple people's bases, unfortunately, for them. With only 6,000 dealt. Because he keeps having to fight Junior, and you can't beat John Annihilate. Ajax is meant to die. Carries is like a can die. I'm sure this Barvek will help a lot here. Melted. It soaked a full shot from the Soul Warden for, and it's mysterious guns that we can't check the stats for to check the names for either. Give us databank entry for the 4, Luke. I think the only reason we currently know them is because Luke posted them when he reworked them. And he also named them, so we learned the name. They do. Sekiron's shockingly still alive. I'm impressed. There we go. Oh, the Duon stream has arrived. Those rooks are gone. No longer any rooks, never mind. Oh, the hull actually took a little bit there. Hull took a little bit. Just a slight boost to the score. You can I often can guess just by like how damaged the 4 is if the others are still damaged. Yeah. Well, technically, you know, just because it does not have enough armor to block it at all. Oh, true. The light rush. The warden's rushable, right? Right, guys? Um, I don't think nukes work on trauma. No. It would be probably didn't realize you could light rush and it was back when the guns killed capitals instantly. I was gonna say maybe on casual where you have time to like or relax where you have time to build up a crap ton of nukes because the warden is actually pretty hard to nuke as well. He has a lot of things that can shoot the nuke down. Hmm. Kellenlicken. Yeah, that's right. Alrighty. How will the space do? Let's find out. Goodbye. Hopefully it was a fun mix-up. Even if it's janky. Especially for how much the results seem to randomly change. I wonder if the results for this will go how they went in my testing. Because this has the biggest upset in my testing. This challenge. Jesus Christ. It was for the best. Yeah, because you get the waypointable version of the Foundry, don't you? I played it recently. I remember like the unlock actually gives you the waypointable one instead. Because they split the two, so you can't do waypointable nukes in skirmish. Because in skirmish it meant that just waypointing a nuke directly or just around would win any mission or like any fight immediately for free. Doesn't Treska Breakers surviving? Never mind. 1,000. I don't think I've even really seen the old model. Because I know one of the things at the moment, it is the least distinctive thing, and it does not look like a missile boat either. Like, I never look at it and go, ah, yeah, that's like the thing launching missiles at me. It's good, it's just kind of like, it doesn't convey it very well or very distinctly from the other backline con ship that sits at the exact same distance it does. Yeah. Same for my testing. It might be the same one. Oh no, that might mean it's consistent. It is the stupidest thing you can imagine. And Space does do pretty well. I mean, you can already see it's already nearly making a new high score. How does Lamburgers go? Applying shred. It takes so long for the sensor sweep vulnerability to like apply in onto the Soul Warden. It's crazy. Oh, it does. It's half armor. Oh, okay. I know vulnerability also takes time to apply. Like, it's not instant application. Yeah. Four down. Yeah. It gives you a lot of points right away. Like, if you just kill the 4 and instantly die, that's still, what, 350,000 points? It's very funny seeing the Flawless Soul Warden just stare at a base. Just kind of just sits there and, like, awkwardly shoots some, like, of the Jobregor cannons. Or launching a nuke every, like, 20 seconds that keeps being shot down. It's not allowed to get a nuke in contact at the moment. The nukes just keep being shot down. I don't even know what shoots down the nukes, to be honest. Oh yeah, no, it is. You saw that time we could clearly see it. There wasn't a million things behind them. Oh, and there we go. Oh, this is what? 281, 481,000 plus whatever the sites have. Yep, I will check them in a moment. I just want to write this down. Left wing has 18 and a half. This has 4.5. That's another 23. That means over 500,000 damage dealt to the Soul Warden by Wheeze. One Soul Warden 4 lost. The Get Allies speedrun is progressing very effectively. All allies got. There's a bunch of rocks back there, so the petrels have a target. Look at those nukes just go off backwards. The herons are alive. There's an intestinal full. Carries is still alive. Another intestinal full is on its way. Yes. the, The warden can't handle it. It's just losing to peer pressure. What'll go first, it or the petrels? This is my nonsense, thank you very much. Also, each petrol can take, what, like 3 nukes? If it's not taking other damage? The water is like going upwards. It's being pushed off. See, your right hand gets the. Now there's a petrol still alive to start mining. The petrol's now just having a wonderful time. This is a perfectly normal yard. I don't know what you're on about. Same for this yard next to it. These are normal 1x1 yards. This is what happens regularly. I like how the Lamborghers have stopped turning. They've just given up. They just come out sideways and stay there. The many gladiators. The Wernos who actually did do work shooting down nukes. A normal and Tresna full yard, which is all that was needed to win. Just a living carries. He's got Firehawks, he has Harriers, he has some Cormorants, he has the Corvus yard. He even has, like, most of his defenses, to be honest. Shikers. One Soul Warden in the losses. That is the base that beats the Soul Warden. I need to now work out how I'm doing points for an overall winner.